properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors? Apprehend those
Ooh, that works again.
filthy animals and bring them back to the chamber. Huh? Is that the script?
That's a good script. That's a really good
There's an ad lib. Kevin, you can lower your hand.
Frank loves it. Raise him up.
Did we get in trouble by the house
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Baisley, Bridges, Coleman, Exum, Gardner, Jaquez Lewis, Kolker, Liston, Lundeen, Mullica, Van Winkle, Baisley, Bridges, Gardner, Jaquez Lewis, Mullica, Van Winkle, Baisley, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Mullica, Van Winkle, Baisley, Bridges, Mullica, Van Winkle. Baisley. Bridges. Mullica. Van Winkle.
Steve, you good?
What do I say again? Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Committee reports.
April 12, 2023, the Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 268 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. April 12, 2023, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 262 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 267 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 273 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. April 12, 2023, Mr. President, the Committee on Education has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments. It recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar. Confirm members of the Board of Trustees for Adams State University for a term expiring December 31st, 2024. Lori Salazar of Alamosa, Colorado, occasioned by the resignation of Amanda De La Rosa of Denver, Colorado, appointed for a term expiring December 31st, 2025, Dwayne Bussey of Alamosa, Colorado, occasioned by the resignation of Jennifer Mueller of Alamosa, Colorado, appointed effective January 1st, 2023, for terms expiring December 31st, 2026, Karen Middleton of Aurora, Colorado, appointed Thomas Kim of Centennial, Colorado, appointed April 12th, 2023. The Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 269 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Message from the House.
April 12, 2023, Mr. President, the House has adopted and returned herewith Senate Joint Memorial 6.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 279, Senators Fields and Hansen, Representative Baismaker and Joseph, concerning prohibited activity related to firearms and in connection therewith regulating firearms and firearm frames and receivers that do not have serial numbers, prohibiting manufacture of firearms, frames, and receivers by unlicensed persons, establishing a process for serializing firearms, frames, and receivers, and designating machine gun conversion devices as dangerous weapons.
State Veterans and Military Affairs. Sorry. General Order, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion, even though she called me the chair. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? Aye. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general order, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
My bad, Mr. President. My bad. The committee will come to order, and if you believe that pineapple belongs on pizza, the coat rule is relaxed for you. And if not, suffer. Ms. Cole. Mr. Pineda, that's for you. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1190? Oh, sorry, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committees proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1009.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor of proceeding out of order to take up House Bill 1009, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and I guess we'll go to the Majority Leader's bill first. Mr. Majority Leader. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to the Majority Leader's bill, House Bill 1009?
House Bill 1009, Representative Lindsay, Senator Moreno, concerning measures to improve services for students who use substances and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The perks of this job are so few, but every now and then. I move House Bill 1009.
There are no committee reports to the bill. Seeing no discussion, Senator Lundin.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate being acknowledged so that I could engage in the beginning of a wonderful evening of discussion about policy and politics in the state of Colorado, and quite frankly, some of the finer points of how we spend the taxpayers' dollars. Had the good fortune to hear this bill in committee, and it's one of those where, is it the hearing aids that I have in my ears, or does everyone hear the ringing in the room?
There is ringing.
A ringing in the
Senator
room. Does that
Lundin.
mean I'm speaking too loudly, or
Speak into the other one.
speak slower?
Lower, Senator Lundin, lower.
These hearing aids are a marginal improvement, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to demean the industry at all, but I just want you to know it doesn't flip the switch and make everything crystal clear. As do glasses. When you put glasses on your face, it makes everything crystal clear. Hearing aids do not have quite that effect. Had the good fortune to hear this bill in committee, and it's one of those where you would say to the policy, I understand what you're trying to do. I think this is a meaningful effort that you, in fact, are trying to take on. But the real question that came to me as we were listening to this and working through this, is this the most optimal way? Is this the best possible way at getting at the objectives that we're trying to get to? The bill creates the Secondary School Student Substance Use Committee in the Colorado Department of Education to develop, identify, and possibly modify practices that identify students in secondary school who need substance use treatment, offer brief interventions in those cases, and refer students to substance use treatment resources. Committee appointments must be made by September of this year, and then by January of 2024, the committee must submit a report back to CDE and every school district and publish the report online. There's an expenditure, of course, associated with this. When we study it, it costs money. It's a $54,000 and a quarter of an FTE in order to do this. The staffing costs are associated with that $54,000. The real challenge and question here rises from the intersection of education and mental health. Now, we all want our students to be as robust in their mental health as possible, but we are also, at times, and I believe this bill will tend to wander in this direction, we are at times walking away from the core mission of public education. We're trying to cause public education to be all things to all peoples, under all circumstances, at all times, everywhere. And I think that is, in fact, a misuse of the effort, a misuse of resources, and this bill is one more step down that pathway of, in fact, spending money to do something that probably isn't the best use of money in the public school system. Now, we have in the counties behavioral health administrations. We have a robust interaction with county health that tries to get at these things. And being able to have students and teachers interact with those other community services that are naturally designed, where it is their core mission, it is their core competency to deal with issues like behavioral health and mental health, would be a better use and a better way to organize the resources and the efforts of the people of Colorado. So that is my core argument against this. Now, the bill is essentially a study, but it's a study that is going to take us in the wrong direction. And so I rise in opposition to the bill, and I would urge you to back up and think about it again. Think about this for a second. Everett Dirksen, back when $1 billion was real money. Everett Dirksen, who one of the United States Senate office buildings is named after, I believe he's the one who's credited with saying $1 million here, $1 million there, and pretty soon you're talking about real dollars. Well, now, back in DC, they say $1 billion here, $1 billion there, pretty soon you're talking about real money. Well, here in the state, It's $100,000 here and $100,000 there, and pretty soon you're talking about real money. This is an example of the layer upon layer, the piling upon piling that we do of spending a little bit of money. Oh, it's just a little bit of money. It's just a little bit of misdirection. It's just a little bit of misfocus. It's just a little bit of pulling someone off their core mission. But at the end of the day, it piles up into the place where you have an institution that has lost focus on its mission. It is not producing at all on its core mission, and it's distressed, distracted, and we're spending a significant amount of money to add to that distress and distraction. So I urge your opposition to House Bill 1009.
Thank you, Senator Lundin. Now that I have taken note of everyone who does not think that pineapple belongs on pizzas, I will relax the coat rule for everyone in the chamber. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in Education Committee when this was introduced, and I think the sponsor of the bill just walked out of the room. But I did have a question, because when we were in committee, I think I expressed to you some of my concerns about this bill was the lack of parental notification. But I also asked you why this money was coming out of the general fund and not the marijuana tax fund, and you were going to look into that. And I am just asking if you did, and if you could give me that answer, that'd be great.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the senator from Grand Junction. Although it would be an appropriate use of marijuana tax cash fund, as the Joint Budget Committee members could tell you, the MTCF is pretty tapped, and so that is why general fund was contemplated for this expenditure.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. So then I rise to kind of renew this theme that I was working on earlier, where we take a small step off the path, a small step off that narrow path where we're trying to go. In this case, that narrow path is high academic achievement and attainment for students. This bill is distracting from that, and it's doing it in a way where we're taking another small step off the path of where when the marijuana laws were being offered to the people, the conversation, as you recall, I recall at the time, I was not supportive of it at the time, voted against it at the time. It was sold to the taxpayers as this is going to be funding for the students. Now we have a circumstance where there is, and I will not say there is a causal link, but certainly there is a correlation between the introduction of marijuana into our society more broadly as a recreational product. I won't speak of it necessarily in this context as a medical product, but as a recreational product. It's been more broadly introduced into our society. There's a tax associated with that. That tax was to be collected and brought for public education. And there is a nexus where, no, I will not argue causation, but I will argue correlation, where there's been an increase in mental health challenges for students. That correlates, it falls in the same time frame as did the introduction, the broad and ubiquitous use and acceptance of marijuana across Colorado. This same rise in the use also was correlated in time with a rise in mental health challenges for students. And so it would seem absolutely, completely logical that the marijuana cash tax fund would be useful and an appropriate use for funding of something of this nature, should this bill proceed. And so that would be an argument. But it comes back to the core argument I was making, which is about what is your job, what is your mission, stay on your mission, achieve your objectives, and this bill is something that I believe pulls us away from the core mission of public education. Let, in fact, the public health agencies of the counties that are well developed, they're expert, it is their core mission, it is their core job to help support and intersect with behavioral health in our communities, bring them into this conversation instead of driving it into the public education apparatus and thereby distracting public education from what should be its core mission, academic attainment for all children. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to 1009.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, colleagues, this is the time of year in which dozens of bills pass before your eyes, and you may not have had the chance to read them or to understand them or to really know what they were about. And that was, with yours truly, the case with this bill. I picked it up and I said, what is this title here? The title is Concerning Measures to Improve Services for Students Who Use Substances, and in connection therewith, and I asked myself, in connection therewith of using the substances or concerning, making an appropriation. So it's got not a very large appropriation, $54,000, 0.2 FTE, just a little bit of growth. And I was like, well, what is it about? It's not too much money if you're going to deal with substance abuse, if it's successful. So I opened the bill, the re-engrossed version of the bill, House amendments. Here it is on second reading. I find there's a legislative declaration, and so maybe there's some explanation in the legislative declaration about what this bill is supposed to be doing. And so the legislative declaration, which is not going to be placed in the CRS but will only be in the session law, says, the General Assembly finds and declares, we're always finding and declaring all sorts of things. Substance abuse is a major issue afflicting Colorado youth. I hope we didn't spend too much time or money making that finding and declaration. B, Colorado has higher levels of substance use, particularly among youth, than most other states. Now, that is an alarming thing. And it caused me to wonder, I wonder what the statistics are, but then it says Colorado schools' substance use intervention programs lack uniformity, resulting in inequitable interventions and treatment referrals for use. And I think to myself immediately, well, in all the authority that the Department of Education has, in all the authority that the State Board of Education has to do standards for this and standards for that, do they not somewhere have the ability to create uniformity in substance use intervention programs in K-12 schools? I don't know. But it's clear to me that we could have a very short bill that said, the State Board of Education shall publish, adopt, promulgate, and publish standards for uniform substance abuse intervention programs to avoid inequitable interventions and treatment referrals for youth. And we could do that and be gone. We wouldn't have to have 3 more pages. And we, after all, elect a State Board of Education to do things about K-12 education. So why not just have the State Board do it? And, they're always looking for something to do. I'm not sure the good senator from Monument would agree, but there is a way to approach this problem without maybe even doing a bill. But it goes on, it says a screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment methodology has been adopted by schools with school-based health center and this methodology has revolutionized substance use treatment for youth. Okay? I come back to the comment for the paragraph before. Why don't we just prevail in some way upon the State Board of Education and the Department of Education to have these brief and uniform screenings, interventions, and referral to treatment methodology that has revolutionized substance use treatment for youth. And then it says, the screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment methodology, if modified appropriately. Oh, okay, well, may be implemented in secondary schools without school-based health centers in order to provide more support to youth who use substances. Well, this is good news. If you don't have, as many rural schools and smaller schools don't, if you don't have a school-based health center, this methodology, it can be modified appropriately. So I'm already asking myself, well, if we already know these things, I imagine the folks across the street at CDE know these things because they spend all the time talking about these things. I would think they would know about this. So why aren't they doing their job? I don't know. Maybe they are. You know, so many times we see bills here to tell somebody how to do the job that they're already doing so that someone can put it on their mailpiece in even numbered years and declare that they solved a problem in the state that was already being solved. I know you've never seen that, but I've seen it a few times. And then we have in the declaration, we have a statement of the obvious. I really like it when legislative declarations declare the obvious. Access to the crisis response system is critical for youth suffering from behavioral health and substance use crises. And then it says that adequate funding for the crisis response system is necessary to ensure that youth suffering from behavioral health and substance use crises may seek and receive timely support in order to prevent avoidable outcomes. Okay. Which makes me, it says we need adequate funding for this, and then I look over here at $54,000 and I think, well, that surely can't be funding for that, so I don't know. I don't know. So after all that declaration, some of it saying, well, this is a problem, but we have a solution to the problem for schools with school-based health centers. And if we take that methodology and we modify it appropriately, apparently we already know how to modify it because we know what appropriately is, then it's effective for them too. So why don't we do that? And then it says, well, if you had adequate funding, you can solve these problems for behavioral health, but there's only $54,000, so that must not be what the, adequate funding for this must not be what this bill is about. So what's the bill about? I don't know. Let's look. So it says in Colorado revised statutes, add 22, and by the way, Title 22 is education, 22-2-148 as follows. Secondary school substance abuse committee definitions repealed. And here we go. There is created in the department, I'm thinking since this is Title II, or Title 22 rather, that we're talking about the Department of Education. There's created in the department the Secondary School Substance Use Committee, referred to in this section as a committee. So here we have a problem. We have a methodology to solve the problem. If you modify it appropriately, it works even in schools without school-based health centers. And I just asked myself, well, are those people across the street so oblivious that I have to tell them to solve this problem? You know, I have a pretty dim view of the bureaucracy, but it ain't that dim. I believe they probably know what to do over there. But on or before September 1, 2023, the commissioner, talking about the commissioner of education, I assume, shall appoint the following members to serve on the committee. Okay, now we're going to have a committee. We know what the problem is. We know what the methodology is to solve the problem with school-based health centers. We know how to modify it appropriately to help those without school-based centers. So we know the problem, we know the solution, but we need a committee. Now, I'm just baffled by that. If the Department of Education knows the problem, they know the solution, they know how to modify it appropriately for schools without school-based health centers to solve the problem, why do I need to have a committee to tell them how to solve the problem? Well, the commissioner is going to appoint the following members. 2 members who are students at a public secondary school, 1 who attends a school that is located in a rural school district, and 1 who attends a school district that is not located in rural school district. By the way, I think the reviser needs to put an A between in and rural, but I'll leave that to them. Then, so we already got 2 members, 2 students. 2 members who are teachers at a public secondary school, 1 who teaches at a school that is located in a rural school district, and 1 who teaches at a school that is not located in a rural school district. So we're going to get a couple of teachers. Teachers don't have enough to do, apparently, because they need to be on this committee. So that's 4. Then we got 2 members, and I see that the House amended this. So I need to look at the introduced bill. It says here, the introduced bill said 2 members who are school counselors at a public secondary school. But that got changed in the House to 2 members who are licensed special services providers with a school's counselor endorsement. I guess we didn't want any old school counselor doing this. Any old school counselor must not be qualified. We need a licensed special services provider with a school counselor endorsement. Because that carries on through the bill. Okay, well, all right. That's 2 more, that's 6. 2 members who are school administrators at a public secondary school. 1 who is a school administrator at a school that's located in a rural school district, and 1 who is a school administrator at a school that is not located in a school district, in a rural school district. So what are we up to? 8? 2, 4, 6, 8. Then we get 2 more. 2 members who are parents or legal guardians of a student attending a public secondary school. 1 who is a parent or legal guardian of a student attending a school that's located in a rural school district. And surprisingly enough, 1 who's a parent or legal guardian of a student attending a school that is not located in a rural school district. So we're up to 10. Got a committee of 10. You ever been on a committee of 10? Gets pretty unwieldy. All right, 2 members who are licensed medical professionals with expertise in adolescent substance use disorders, 1 who practices in a rural region and 1 who practices in an urban or suburban region. Now, this gets a little harder because you need people who have an occupation other than being within education, and you got to find them, and they have to have expertise in adolescent substance use disorders. You know, maybe that's pretty broad in terms of who has that experience as licensed medical professionals. Expertise, though, not just some experience, expertise. 2 members who are school nurses, one in a rural school district and one who isn't. 2 members who are experts in the practice of substance use screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment, one who practices in a rural region. Now, that, by the way, is a House amendment, which causes me to go and say, well, did they just add that? Is that new? Well, it turns out that it is. You had, when you got to 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, actually when you got to 12, in the original version, you had licensed medical professionals with expertise in adolescent substance use disorders. But then the House decided, on top of the licensed medical professionals, which I wonder, are nurses licensed medical professionals? I would think so. I'm getting a nod from our resident nurse. So we're going to add 2 more people. I mean, I think this denigrates the expertise of school nurses because it adds, you know, it says, well, they couldn't be part of that licensed medical professional group. But then it's pretty interesting because you add 2 members who are experts in the practice of substance use screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. One who practices in a rural region and one who practices in an urban or suburban region. You know, I guess I ought to be grateful that the House finally added somebody with the expertise to do what the bill says it's about. These other people know something about it, but these 2 members, they actually do this thing, and they probably know. I mean, after all, what this bill is about is screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment, and that whole methodology. So they finally get around to adding a couple of members who know something about what the bill's about, which, you know, it's interesting because it seems a little bit like an afterthought. And yet, we could probably take $54,000 and hire them to come up with the plan. We wouldn't have to add point 2, and we wouldn't have to have a committee of a group of people who probably have a lot of other things to do. I'm sure they're happy to serve, but I don't know about you, but most people I come in contact with have plenty enough to do. But we got to add 2 more. 1 member who represents the Office of Children, Youth, and Families in the Department of Human Services. Because after all, this was a CDE show right up until that moment. But it's substance abuse. And by the way, they say substance use, they don't say abuse. I wonder why that is. Substance use, but not substance abuse. That's very strange. And then 1 member who represents the Prevention Services Division within the Department of Public Health and Environment. Well, there you go. CDPHE has to get in the act because Human Services got in the act. You got DHS in the act. You got CDPHE in the act. I guess that's because the Department of Education doesn't know what they're doing. I don't, you know, I know better. It kind of reminds me of my tongue-in-cheek request for an interim study committee that it would have 75 members because everybody needs to get in on the act. And that's what it seems to be here. Now we finally get to the extent practicable. By the way, I've always wondered about that phrase in the law. I see that in statutes and regulations, to the extent practicable. Maybe it's not practicable. But if I say it's not practicable, well, it's not practicable. I don't know how the court would measure that. The membership of the committee must include persons from throughout the state and reflect the racial, ethnic, and geographic diversity of the state. By the way, it doesn't have to reflect the gender diversity. I don't know if you noticed that, but this could be all old white males if you could rustle up that many. Or, I mean, there's no gender diversity here, just racial, ethnic, and geographic diversity. We already had geographic diversity, though, because we got one from the rural area and one from the urban area, and every last one of the things. Except, of course, you know, we don't have that with one member who represents the Office of Children, Youth, and Families in the Department of Human Services, because we know they live in the Denver metro area. And one member who represents the Prevention Services Division within the Department of Public Health and Environment. I bet they're based in the Denver metro area. So we got a couple of Denver metro people. I don't know how, I guess that's not practicable to have geographic diversity with them. Members of the committee shall serve at the pleasure of the commissioner, and serve without compensation or per diem. You know, if I was those two students who got appointed to this board or their parents, I'd really like you to at least pay the mileage. I mean, after all, if you're going to incur $54,000, at least say, well, for the kids, we'll at least pay their mileage and their lunch. The committee shall develop a practice or identify or modify an existing practice for secondary schools to implement that identifies students' substance abuse, offers brief intervention with information regarding substance abuse and consequential health risk, and refers the student to substance use treatment research. Now, what's interesting about that is that's a House amendment as well on page 5 here. And I guess you know, in the original bill, we only got to page 5, so wow, we really stretched this bill out. In the original, it was the committee shall develop a practice or identify or modify an existing practice for secondary schools to implement that identifies students who need substance use treatment, offers brief information, and refers the students to substance use treatment resources. That's really hard to see. To implement that identifies students' substance use. So they seem to have struck the phrase that identifies students who need substance use treatment. Wow. That's an interesting choice when you compare the two. The bill as introduced said, the committee shall develop a practice or identify or modify an existing practice for secondary schools to implement that identifies students who need substance use treatment. But in the re-engrossed version, it says, for secondary schools to implement that identifies students' substance use. It sort of seems like there's a presumption that all students are using these substances. It doesn't identify the students who need the treatment. I guess they all need the treatment. That's pretty alarming. But it's interesting, the bill goes on, maybe there'll be an answer to that later. The committee shall consider existing and available information concerning secondary school student substance use in Colorado and how the practice must address the challenges, resources, and needs identified from the existing and available information. Long time ago, I had a prior life and a prior career. I was in the Air Force. I was an Air Force JAG, and not as glamorous as it sounds, but I wrote a sentence like that, and my boss said, "Captain," I think he might have called me Bob even, "Bob, what is this? Don't be sending that to the colonel. That's bureaucrat think speak. The committee shall consider existing and available information concerning secondary school student substance abuse in Colorado and how the practice must address the challenges, resources, and needs identified from the existing and available information." I think if I put that in my Word program, you know, the most up-to-date Word program will tell you about stuff that lacks clarity, and I bet that line would come up as lacking clarity, and I need simplification. Well, anyway, on or before January 5th, 2024, the committee shall submit a report. Well, all committees submit reports to the department that details the recommended practice pursuant to subsection 2 of the section. Now, colleagues, let me tell you, I can pretty much predict what this report is going to say. And it doesn't cost me $54,000. This report is going to say, we have a screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment methodology. And it can be modified. It works really well for school-based health centers, and those without, it can be modified appropriately. That's what this report's going to say, because after all, in the legislative declaration, we say that it's there and it may be implemented in secondary schools without school-based health centers. And we're going to ask them to do a report, and the report's going to say, it's going to tell us the recommended practice pursuant to subsection 2 of this section. Well, why wouldn't you use the methodology that the legislature already put in their legislative declaration that existed? You think they're going to go find something else? I don't know. Oh, but this is really good. We got definitions. An apple's an orange. A horse is a cow. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires. Well, I guess a horse is a horse, of course, unless the context otherwise requires. Licensed? Now, this should upset our resident nurse. Licensed medical professional means a psychologist or physician licensed to practice in Colorado. So I guess nurses aren't licensed medical professionals in this bill. Wow. Rural school district. I thought I knew what that meant, but there's a definition for it. Hopefully rural school district doesn't mean a school district located in the city and county of Denver. But an apple can be an orange and a horse can be a cow. Rural school district means a school district in Colorado that the department determines is rural based on the geographic size of the school district and the distance of the school district from the nearest large urbanized area. Now, just in case you didn't know, secondary school means middle school, junior high, or high school. So secondary school is not just 9 through 12. It, may go 6 through 12, certainly 7 through 12. Finally, we get to substance use. Means the use of alcohol, tobacco, controlled substances, or prescription medication. That's interesting because it doesn't say the improper use of prescription medication. We're going to start identifying the children who may have, they may be on insulin. They may be on some other drug necessary to maintain their life, and that'll be substance use under this bill. The good news is the section's repealed effective July 1, 2025. That means it's only going to go for a while. And if you want to go get a bunch of signatures, you could put it to a vote of the people. Only thing about this bill, I mean, let's be clear, substance abuse by young people in Colorado is a serious problem. Okay. Substance abuse is a serious problem in Colorado, and we need to do something about it. But you know, the more we create committees, the more people we appoint and have them come to Denver, most likely. I don't think they're going to go to Grand Junction and have the meeting. I don't think they're going to go out to Burlington. They're not going to go to North or South Peltonia to have this meeting. It's going to happen, it's probably going to happen across the street. So all of those rural people on this committee are going to have to serve in order to serve and have an impact, because, you know, it is here, and we need them to be part of the equation. They're going to have to drive 2, 3, 4 hours. I mean, even in my interim study committee request for interim study committee, I didn't read it to you today, but I called for, of the, I think, 12 meetings that we're going to have, 8 of them were going to have to occur in in southwestern Colorado, southern Colorado, north and south Peltonia, and specifically in Weld and El Paso County, because all of those regions are very unique to, as well as northwestern Colorado. It's very hard to get there. My point is, we're making a lot of work to do what we already know to do. And by the language of the bill, we're not going to get around to putting the committee together until, let me look here, January 5th, I think it is, 2024, to submit the report. Somebody's going to read the report and decide what to do, when the legislative declaration already makes it clear we know what to do. Why don't we just do it? Young people's lives are passing by. They need help. They need a brief intervention. They need a referral. They don't need it in 2025. They need a referral today. And it doesn't take a genius to realize that this methodology is already known. It is already something that we can do today. So maybe those school counselors and school nurses, instead of coming to the committee meeting, they might stay at home, stay in their school, and identify some other students and use this identification and intervention and referral methodology that our legislative declaration says is so successful. This, in and of itself and by itself, is, you know, it's not the worst thing that ever happened. But if you multiply this by 300 bills, we're not getting a lot done, but we're spending a lot of time and spinning wheels a lot to get it done. I ask for no vote.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1009 to tomorrow.
At the sponsor's request, House Bill 1009 will be laid over until tomorrow. Ms. Cole, will you please, Mr. Majority Leader,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5.
Same one. The one with Ben. Take 1009. Just give the senator a second bite at that apple tomorrow. Yes, get back up, and he's gonna, and there's two gentlemen who are gonna be frustrated all night. They had the key phrases for us, and they don't get to share them. Maybe you should just sit over in the corner and share them amongst themselves. A little crumpled blue cheese would have been nice, you know, some bacon bits. And of course, as I always say, you can tell if you're at a good salad bar or not, if they have diced up eggs. If they have that, then you know,
This is a good
yeah,
one.
this is
Yeah,
a good one.
this is a good salad.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
And so these are a bunch of, yeah, we were in high school, and we used to, we worked at bowling, a couple of us worked at bowling. So we used to, in upstate New York, big bowling. Sure. We used to go bowling all the time.
I like bowling.
Well, yeah, we used to do, I mean, I had kids, we used to do it as kids.
Yeah.
They would, Saturday morning, buses would come and pick the kids up, and we would go to this big bowling center.
Not like skiing, like they do skiing
No,
here.
yeah, this was bowling. They would pick us up in buses,
Oh, fun.
go to the big, and I ended up working there, and it was a big bowling center, and there was an amusement park next to it. And then later on, they ended up having like a par 3 golf course next
Oh,
to
fun.
it. But we used to go there all the time. But when we were in high school, we would be bowling. We would go to the pop machine there. And this is so funny. We're a bunch of dudes, and we were getting
Oh, tab. That's hilarious.
I remember one kid, the Coke.
At least it wasn't Dr. Pepper, because that's in his vile
Right.
vibe. Like
Yeah.
used
Well,
to.
this was upstate New York, yeah, so, yeah, we didn't have any doctors.
Well, I don't like soda at all. Like I haven't drank soda in years and years, except for every once in a while. Like literally like twice a year. I want a real Coke. And I have a real Coke and I might bust it out. It might be a real Coke.
Yeah, I've got, stuff like,
But not a fake Coke. Little Mountain Dew, right? You gotta do what you gotta do.
nice.
Yeah, just get it. See how I
You're
did
in the
that?
business, though.
I do miss that part, like being creative about stuff. It was fun. Just to be able to plan. Yeah.
You should have seen it. They flew him for the loop when they took this 1009 and laid it over after Gardner had gone through this whole bit there. I mean, his face just, he had no idea what had just happened to him.
Uh-oh. I'm definitely gonna drink some real Coke. I'm gonna drink a real Coke. Yeah. I brought a real Coke, Angela. It's a big thing. It'll zip me up.
boxers going to their corners, so we need a bell. Ding, ding, ding.
Who are we missing?
Mike,
Coleman, Janice.
Bridges made a run to Floyd's. I can tell.
Get a haircut. I need to get you back on committees. All right. So, who are we missing?
Marchman.
Total. That was the entire medical.
We're missing Marchman. We're missing Rachel. We're missing.
Marksman's.
I know where they actually want to volunteer in president's office. Do you want me to grab them? Yeah. Okay.
The magic corner.
Yep. Is it the magic marchman?
Kind of what people were referring to it yesterday, right?
Coleman.
Okay, so. Got a couple stragglers. Okay, so here's the plan, if you can all accept. The plan on the table right now, right, it's 8 o'clock. The goal is to get as many big things done as we can by the time we get out of here and hopefully not have to rise and report and come back after midnight and stay for hours. So the proposal on the table is we start with 105.
That's equal pay.
Equal pay.
And we let the debate run its course for a while. It is what it is, and we're not offering any amendments or anything like that. Like we're not giving it. And we don't do any of the other bills in the calendar until tomorrow. But we're not killing them or anything. We're just laying over. Probably going to get to it anyways. And rise and report around 11 to hopefully get us out of here by 11. And we go 5 full seconds. It's kind of that's what we do.
The deal was wrap up around 11. If we have cows, we do cows. When we go home, Senator Gardner said, I just want to make sure if we wrap up at 10 or 10:30, you're not going to throw in other things. And I said, no, we would only do 105. So it could be earlier, just a heads up. But yeah, that's.
So what was the move with you stopping the one you were working on? I mean, he was floored. I mean, he was floored, and the other two were disappointed. I mean, to do that again, but I mean, what was that?
To not give them something to filibuster ahead of these other Senate bills, which are more.
They still were going to have time on that one?
Oh, yeah. They had amendments.
They don't really care.
They don't care.
It's just the.
Right. It was actually, I was testing to see whether they were going to do that.
Yeah. That's what you said right at the beginning.
Could be. It's going to be.
Could be.
And we have to take action on the budget tomorrow. Just so y'all know.
Always the budget.
Well, we have a deadline. House does it first, by the way, so they have to take action first and then send it to us. Yeah. We have to wait for that.
I think the likelier situation tomorrow, which we did not do today, was we broke for committees. Tomorrow we'll probably run through seconds and then let committees be delayed until. So just a heads up.
They're planning on
So I apologize, but you think the 1:30 committees will start at 1:30? Is that what you said? I don't know if it'll be 1:30. But close. Okay.
But it won't have to wait.
We're gonna have a really long hearing in HHS that we had to do from last week.
But we can do a call at the Senate to take action on the budget, right?
The plan is probably a late night.
Well, that's good. Jimmy's just a.
Well, maybe we're gonna sub you in.
That's what I was gonna say.
I have never been on ag. I've never been on ag. I'm gonna have so much fun. After tomorrow.
Excellent work.
Okay, team.
Team on three. 1, 2, 3. Team! I feel so good. I feel good. Julie? Thank you. Julie? You good? All right, let me know.
Me too. I've never been on it. I lived in a house without electricity. Country girl. It was like 10
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 105.
You've heard the motion to take up Senate Bill 105. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will take up Senate Bill 105. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 105?
Senate Bill 105, Senators Danielson and Buckner, Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Bacon concerning the implementation of measures to ensure equal pay for equal work.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 23-105 for second reading. And the BLT and appropriations reports.
Thank you, Senator Buckner. To the BLT committee report.
The BLT committee asked us to make amendments, which we did, and then sent us to appropriations.
Is there any further discussion on the BLT committee report?
No.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the BLT committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Buckner.
Yes, we pass out of appropriations with the appropriate amendments with no issues.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am a proud sponsor with Senator Danielson for equal pay for equal work. And it might be ironic, but it's really not ironic, that we were the original sponsors of this bill in 2019. Both of us have this passion for making sure that everyone, no matter what your color, no matter what your income, no matter what your race, that you are treated fairly, and especially in the workplace when it comes to being paid fairly. And some of the reasons we are running this bill is because women are nearly half of the Colorado workforce, 46%, and we are more likely to have a bachelor's degree. Coloradans aged 25 and older with bachelor degrees or higher is one of the highest in the country. Yet, the women in this category are paid less on average. The average earnings for women in Colorado who work full-time year-round are 83% of men's average earnings for full-time work. If that doesn't make you sit up and pay attention, nothing else would. I want to say that again. The average earnings for women in Colorado who work full-time year-round are 83% of men's average earnings for full-time work. The gender wage gap persists in sectors where women are the majority of the workplace, and the gap is even wider in sectors where most of the workers are men. And that's not something we should be proud of. I am not proud of those statistics because it's just not fair. Updates to Colorado's equal pay will increase workplace fairness and transparency even more for both employees and employers. That is why we are running this bill, to make sure that there is fairness in the workplace. We really believe that diverse workplaces are important, and we know from statistics that diverse workplaces are more equitable, more productive, and have less turnover and produce higher profits. That's why we are running this bill as well. Let me talk about women of color and women who are raising children in our state. They are more likely to experience poverty than men. That is a known fact, and this is wrong. This is wrong. It's really frustrating when I see women in my Senate district who come to me and tell me their stories of how unfairly they are treated in the workplace, let alone how much less they are making in the workplace. And let's face it, people talk. That's what we found out in 2019. People talk. They brag about their salaries. They talk in the lunchrooms about how much money they're making. And if you're one of those women who hears that, you go to personnel and you ask, why am I making so much less than this person with the same job, same education, but I am being paid so much less? This has happened to too many women I know. It happened to me years ago. I'm not in the workplace anymore. Well, I am in the workplace here at the state capitol, and we're all paid the same. But it is so frustrating when you find out that you are not paid equally. So that's why we are running this bill. We want to make sure that there's transparency, and we also want to streamline requirements for employers, and that's what this bill is going to do. And the former bill for equal pay that Senator Danielson and I were the original sponsors of, it's been in effect since January the 1st, 2021. And this bill defines career development and career progression and exempts those types of changes to an employer's job from employee requirements to notify all employees in advance about job opportunities. Also, it specifies that when there is a vacancy to be filled, all employees must be notified of a job opportunity before a selection decision is made. So, with those few things being said, I'm now going to turn it over to my co-prime sponsor, Senator Danielson.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you. Oh, it's working.
Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. It is an honor to stand here with my colleague from our previous work on equal pay. But today we're bringing a new bill, Senate Bill 105, ensuring equal pay for equal work. Because as the bill's been in effect for a few years, we've identified some ways that we need to improve it. I think we can all agree that Colorado's workforce is driven, productive, dedicated, and reliable. It drives our economy and is responsible for so much of what makes our state the amazing place that it is. But there is not equality yet in our workforce. One symptom of that inequality is demonstrated in the discrepancies between the paychecks women and men receive for the same exact work. The reality is that women still earn on average 83 cents to every dollar men earn for the same exact work. The disparity only increases when you are a woman plus. a woman of color, a woman who has a disability, an older woman, a woman who is LGBTQ, etc., the pay discrepancies, unfortunately, only widen. We are proud to live in a state that has taken concrete steps to address this discrimination, as my colleague previously described. In 2019, we adopted the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act and lead the nation on an effort to close the wage gap. Since then, many states have followed our lead and have incorporated pay transparency and other equal pay measures included in our law. But after a few years of watching the new law go into effect, we have identified some areas that need strengthening and some that need clarification. That's why we need to pass Senate Bill 105, ensuring equal pay for equal work. The bill finally implements Part 1 of the original law, properly creating a system for employees to make claims against their employers for discrimination outside the court system. That's important for a number of women and their families who may not be able to go through the court system or who cannot afford it. To be able to resolve these claims outside of the court system is really critical. It clarifies what is required of employers when posting job opportunities and advancement opportunities. And it addresses the problem of back pay to employees who have been wronged by pay disparities that go way too far. My colleagues in the House and Senate have worked with community voices, both proponents and opponents of the original Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, along with the Department of Labor, to identify these few specific changes we need to truly protect women in the workforce. I ask for your support today of Senate Bill 105, ensuring equal pay for equal work. We must pass this measure to make sure women are paid what they earn. We must work to stop pay discrimination against women in our workforce. It will bring justice to hardworking Coloradans and lift up our entire Colorado economy. Thank you so much.
The motion. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm excited to hear the words of the sponsors of this bill, talking about that we want to have transparency and streamline requirements for employers, that they're looking for ways to improve it. I am too. We received, or there was a letter that was sent to the Department of Labor and Employment back in September 30th of 2021. And it was from our business community. And I'm just going to read some of the highlights in the first couple of paragraphs here, because I think it fairly expresses also how I feel about this legislation and what's going on. And in this letter they talk about, and this is from, again, from the business community, the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce and the Colorado Competitive Council. And they wanted to share with Director Moss, who is the director over in the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, where this bill is being implemented and rules and such were being put in place, and intent. And they want to share the concerns expressed by their members related to the pay equity law, the equal pay, equal work, and its administration in Colorado. And I think that's what's at the heart of my comments tonight is the administration here in Colorado. And they talk about particularly as to the promotions, posting requirements, and the broad geographic scope. They worry about that the operationalization of this law, that there have been unintended consequences that harm Coloradoans without meaningful impact on decreasing disparities in pay and opportunities. Now you can read the intent of this bill, and we heard from our sponsors that say they're looking ways for improvement. We want to streamline requirements, but equal pay for equal work is extremely important. No one here doubts the comments or the numbers that the good senator from Aurora expressed. We've heard those before. I'm standing here as a woman. I can tell you they're true from my own basic background, being in the workforce for quite some time. But if the bill was to get to having meaningful impact on decreasing disparities in pay and opportunities, but we're not there yet. I think we need to make a few more tweaks. I don't think the bill before us is getting us all the way there. And again, in this letter, they state it, and I agree with this. They want it to be clear that they support the purpose of the legislation. And again, standing here as a woman, I'm telling you, I support this. I have 2 daughters. I support the purpose of the legislation, which is to eliminate pay disparities that are based on gender, as well as other factors like race, sexual orientation, age, religion, disability, and national origin. However, what has occurred since this bill was introduced, since the original bill was introduced in 2019, Senate Bill 85, what has happened is the regulations and the interpretive guidance have gone well beyond the scope of the authorizing statute. The agency provided further interpretive guidance that is just causing issues for employers and, quite frankly, for employees. And it's not getting us to meaningful impact on decreasing disparities in pay. That's where we're trying to get to. Meaningful impact in decreasing disparities in pay and opportunities. After this bill, the first bill in 2019 was enacted, and the rules started going into place, and the interpretation and the information that was sent out to employers, here's what started happening across the nation. How equal pay law in Colorado is backfiring. While labor and legal experts say there is nothing technically stopping Coloradoans from still applying and being eligible for such jobs, the disclaimers are likely to discourage people wanting to work remotely from the state from pursuing such opportunities. That's the Wall Street Journal. Here's another one. This is in labor and law perspectives. It applies to us. U.S. employers surprised by expansive job posting requirements in Colorado's new equal pay law. It's a relatively new Colorado employment law, the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act. The queries are coming not from employees, not from employers that are based in Colorado, have an office or facility in Colorado, or even have an employee working in Colorado, but rather from employers who have no connection at all to Colorado, except that they might hire someone who could work remotely from Colorado. And they talk about the unintended consequences. Yet another one, the impact of Colorado's Equal Pay for Equal Work Act. Early implications for the Colorado's Equal Pay for Equal Work Act. Soon after the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act went into effect, there was a lot of confusion among Colorado employers and even out-of-state employers. The cause of this confusion was driven by the wage transparency requirements, and businesses in Colorado or companies hiring Colorado employees have to list a wage range for jobs. This led many organizations outside of Colorado to exclude Coloradoans from their remote jobs to avoid the requirement. I don't believe that was the intention of Senate Bill 19085. The intention of 85 in 2019 was good. Some of the unintended consequences are not so good for all Coloradoans. There's yet another article, business management. Many companies want remote workers except from Colorado. After a new state law that requires employers to disclose salaries for open positions, some are advertising jobs available anywhere in the U.S. but Colorado. Again, at issue is a new Colorado law that requires companies with even a few employees in the state to disclose the expected salary or pay range for each open role they advertise, including remote positions. The rule's aim is to narrow gender wage gaps and provide greater pay transparency for employees. Great goals. To avoid having to disclose that information, however, some employers seeking remote workers nationwide are saying that those living in Colorado need not apply. That's an unintended consequence, and I'm hopeful that tonight, as we work through this, that we're able to undo that unintended consequence, get back to the meaning of this bill so that we do truly have that impact on decreasing disparities in pay and opportunities. Again, I certainly support equal pay. Equal work, equal pay. I grew up on a farm, 4 brothers. We had girls' chores and boys' chores. I think some of us have been there. The boys got paid more. They had the more fun chores. They were outside. Our chores, I had 2 sisters, 4 brothers. Our chores were we had to clean their room, make their bed, set the table, take the dishes off, go out and get the milk out of the tank if they drank all the milk down. And it just really wasn't fair. And I got lower pay for that, lower allowance. Not fair. And it's because I was a girl. That was in my own household. So I certainly can sit here and stand here in front of you, support, and say, yes, equal pay for equal work. We've come a long way. That was a long time ago, but we haven't come far enough. And I'm hopeful that I have some amendments for this bill that we're able to put some more clarification here and make sure that we truly are making an impact on decreasing those disparities in pay and opportunities for everyone, for women, people, different religions, different sex, different sexual orientation, age, religion, disability. It's 2023. I think we can all agree where we're trying to get to. Let's just get there. Let's not make it more difficult for people in Colorado to get a job, because when you go outside the state, they're saying, we're not hiring anybody from Colorado. Let's see what we can do about that. Let's make sure that the interpretations of this law are not causing problems for Coloradoans, any Coloradoan. Let's make sure that we have uniform and consistency with other states, and they're not unintended consequences to hamper what was trying to be done in Senate Bill 2019-085. Thank you.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the bill, of course. I agree with my colleague from the good senator from Brighton, and we've all, not we all, but the women in this room have experienced certainly a disparity in equal pay. I don't know that this bill is the best way to go about this. For the many things that have just been said, I've read some of those articles, but there have been some unintended consequences to implementing Senate Bill 19-095 that harm Coloradans without meaningful impact or decreasing disparities in pays and opportunities. Furthermore, organizations are experiencing negative work culture impacts and unnecessary administrative burdens associated with posting promotions that are not truly open jobs. During a time of economic uncertainty, Colorado should be working to make this law more effective and easier to implement for employers rather than making it more difficult. The business community was not engaged in stakeholder discussions on Senate Bill 23-105 until early 2023, even though we have been asking for changes since 2021. Senate Bill 105 adds additional unnecessary burdens to an already confusing law. And you know that that's true because these articles actually show that. If you're going to exclude Colorado from any of the jobs that are out there, that's not equal. Senate Bill 23-105 not only does not provide clarity, but creates additional burdens on employers by extending the statute of limitations on back from 3 years to 6 years, ignoring geographical considerations in the application of the law, not taking into account employees under collective bargaining agreements, ignoring the impact of Colorado's workforce by not making an exception for remote workers. I know that there are some amendments that are going to come forward, but I just wanted to start the conversation. I know that some are going to say that, and I just heard it while I was speaking, that I'm not saying something accurate, but I believe that what I said is true, and I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as I said earlier, this is the time of year when bills just kind of go by you so fast, you don't know what's there. And this bill is sort of the sequel, part deux, of a bill that was done here in 2019, 19-085. And you can't really understand 105 unless you go into the statute books, into Title 8, Article 5, wage equality, because that is what is being amended, really, by 105. Now, the bill's summary, and you can't always rely on it, but I mean, it's intended to be accurate, but as the bill goes. Now, we're with the introduced bill, though we had committee reports and all. It notes that current law authorizes the Director of the Division of Labor Standards and Statistics in CDLE to create and administer a process to accept and mediate complaints, to provide legal resources concerning wage inequity, and to promulgate rules as necessary. So this bill changes the authorizations to requirements. So now we're going to make CDLE do this. So it requires the director of CDLE to investigate complaints or other leads concerning wage inequity, and upon a finding of a violation, order compliance and relief, and promulgate rules to enforce the bill. So we'll have a whole rulemaking that goes with that. It does not, the bill summary in some ways, while I think it's accurate, it almost doesn't do the bill justice for what it does. The thing is, if you look at the predecessor statute and bill, what you see it does for the first time in Colorado and what it did, and these are the things that, it's important, it's to this bill because this bill amends this statute, and you can't really talk to the bill and what it does without talking to the statute. If you look at 8-5-102 in the revised statutes, it says wage discrimination is prohibited, and it says that an employer shall not discriminate between employees on the basis of sex or on the basis of sex in combination with another protected status, and references back to 2434-402, but I'll just tell you without reading those, you're talking about race, ethnicity, orientation, and so forth. By paying an employee of one sex a wage rate less than the rate paid to an employee of a different sex for substantially similar work, regardless of job title, based on compositive skill and so forth. this is, and it talks about not seeking wage rate history and so forth. You know, an interesting thing is that a lot of what the bill does in substance, other than saying CDLE is going to have to get really proactive in this process, and it's going to give a place to complain about wage discrimination, wage inequality based on sex, different than CCRD, and set up standards. It also changes the enforcement. And so if you look at page 3 of the bill, instead of saying the director is authorized to, it says the director shall, and then language that you see here, and it breaks it out. In the prior statute, it said the director is authorized to create and administer a process to accept and mediate complaints and to provide legal resources of alleged violations and to promulgate rules as necessary. This begins to break it out and make it more comprehensive, which is maybe good news if you're a complainant, but if you're an employer acting in good faith, and there will always be variations in wages between employees, unless you're in a lockstep wage scale like you see in some unionized situations, government pay situations where you have very set pay rates. You're going to see in private industry a lot of differentials, and those differentials can be about a lot of things. But the bill says that the director shall create and administer a process to accept and mediate complaints and provide legal resources concerning alleged violations, et cetera, and shall promulgate rules as necessary for this purpose. And then it starts adding things. Says, investigate complaints or other leads concerning violations of section 85102. Now, 85102 is the discrimination statute itself. That in the director's good faith discretion and judgment warrant investigation, which makes the appointment of the director really critical, because you need a director who acts in good faith and with discretion. Because he or she is going to be acting in many ways like a district attorney would act, like an attorney general would act, except that the director is not elected by anyone. It's an unelected, and I don't mean this particularly pejoratively, but it's an unelected bureaucrat, someone who works in the bureaucracy, who is appointed by the governor, not accountable to the people. And yet, they have the same kind of discretion in pursuing cases that we ensure that the people in this state that have that kind of discretion are elected. Upon a finding of a violation of 85102, now that's interesting. Who makes a finding? I mean, normally in an executive branch agency, there would be some kind of a hearing, but I don't see a hearing process. I mean, in other words, there's not an administrative law judge, there's not an office. We have the Office of Administrative Courts over in DPA that hears a lot of things, and maybe that's what they'll do, because this invokes due process requirements, but I don't see, and maybe I've just missed it, I don't see I don't see anything that creates that process. And if you've ever gone to the unemployment hearings on behalf of an employer or even an employee, that process is already overburdened, and it is so driven by the politics of the day that I would have no confidence that employers are receiving due process. In fact, it seems to me that an amendment would be in order to have these cases decided in the Office of Administrative Courts, so that at least there was a fact-finding. And in fact, I don't know if anybody's paying any attention, but I'd like an amendment to the effect that
Is there an amendment at the desk?
Oh, he's interested, okay. Okay, well, I may, while some of my colleagues are talking, I may do that amendment, because it does seem to me that an employer ought to be entitled to due process. And the other thing that this does now, right now, Section 8-5-103 says a person aggrieved by a violation of 85102, which is the discrimination provision, may obtain relief for back pay for the entire time the violation continues, not to exceed 3 years. Now, this is significant to me because in the federal wage and hour provisions, they have a 2-year statute, but if the employer has acted, I'm trying to remember whether it's acted willfully, and it's got a pretty willfully and knowingly, it has a 3-year look back. And that's pretty typical in the wage hour and wage equality things that are run by departments of labor. And yet what happens here is that in one word, that 3 is changed to 6. Now, if you get back with most employees further than 3 years, you have all sorts of changes in situation. And so one is really concerned, it seems to me, that of all the things in the bill that should give employers pause, it is this change from 3 to 6 years. Because what's interesting is that the statute of limitations, and it's puzzling to me actually, because the statute of limitations above that is actually 2 years after the violation occurs. Most of these cases would look back on wages from the time it's occurring, but back to 2 years would be the cutoff, but this allows you to even go back further. In some sense, you could be going back 8 years from when the violation occurs and then trying to pick up all of that. I don't know how this works. I mean, as I sit here and look at the two things, on the one hand, the violation, is it a continuing violation? I mean, other than the good senator from Avon, I don't know that anyone would understand the difference between a continuing violation and one that's not a continuing violation, but it's got 2 years from the time the violation occurs. Well, I hire you or don't hire you on a particular day, and the wage inequality starts. I think there's probably a lot of legal work here and probably a lot of work for the Court of Appeals and the state Supreme Court. But, you know, my hope is that I would have the opportunity here to do an amendment, perhaps, and have it drawn up to require these cases to be heard in the Office of Administrative Court, so that there would at least be an administrative law judge outside of the Department of Labor and Employment that would hear these matters. That would strike me as at least providing due process by a neutral fact finder, something that's important for due process. So I have more to say about the bill, but I'm going to go think about my amendment while others tell you what's wrong with the bill. Thank you.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak to a couple of things quickly. I think it's for those who are lucky enough not to have an intimate understanding of what this kind of systematic underpayment throughout your career might look like. You may be underpaid for 20, 25, 30 years throughout your career, and so extending the back pay from 3 to 6 is hardly going to do justice to many of the women who will make the claims. And the statute of limitations is staying the same as it was in the initial bill. You still have to file your claim within 2 years of the violation. So, you know, I say if you can prove that your wages have been stolen for at least 6 years, you should be able to claw that money back from those who took it. I'm going to offer Amendment L022.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L22 to Senate Bill 105?
Amendment L022 by
Danielson.
Senator.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We heard from stakeholders that there was sort of an oversight in some kind of an emergency hires, and so we decided to address it with the language in Amendment L022, and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Danielson, will you please move L22?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I move Amendment L022 to Senate Bill 105. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any discussion in regards to to L22 to Senate Bill 105? Seeing Senator Kirkmeyer.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it would be helpful if we had an understanding of what the amendment is supposed to be doing. Could we get that, please? I'm trying to read it real fast.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just trying to get the bill back up in front of me here. Sorry. Digital technology is wonderful except when it doesn't work, or operator error. Jumping to the printed bill, page 4, line 22, to understand this amendment. Page 4, line 22. This is under the employment opportunities for promotion or advancement, pay rates, and job listings. In the current law, it says an employer shall make reasonable efforts to announce, post, or otherwise make known all opportunities for promotion to all current employees on the same calendar day and prior to making a promotion decision. Then an employer shall disclose to each posting job, etc. So this amendment would change that to a combination of bill and amendment, and I'll call out which is a change in the bill and what is a change based on this amendment L022 as I walk through this. But as amended, the bill now says an employer shall make reasonable efforts to announce, post, or otherwise make known each job opportunity and promotional opportunity, so there's a change there, to all, current law, employees on the same day, same calendar day, and prior to, new language, the date on which the employer makes a decision, and this amendment adds the following language: except that an employer is not required to announce, post, or otherwise make known a job opportunity that is limited to a period of 6 months or less, and if there is an immediate need to hire a person to ensure access to child care or educational opportunities. So what the stakeholders had asked for is they said, Bill's too broad, overbroad. We need to narrow it, and the sponsors offering this amendment have acknowledged the bill's too broad, overbroad, and we will narrow it in this way. When you have a temporary replacement, 6 months or less, or there's a circumstance where you need to hire somebody now to ensure access to childcare. Specific, important, narrow interest, but a very specific and important interest, and so this would provide for that. So it's a narrowing of the bill, and a provision that offers up to the folks who actually employ people some greater flexibility. So I appreciate that, I understand that, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to acknowledge Amendment L022.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Senator Danielson. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L13 to Senate Bill 105?
Amendment L013 by Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this one would be actually a lot less helpful to read as the last one was. We also heard some feedback that it was confusing the way we wrote the bill, where there were two different definitions for promotional opportunity and job opportunity, because really the posting requirements and everything associated with both of them were basically the same. And so, like I've done many times in the last year, we took that concern to heart and addressed it, and we just combined it, eliminated promotional opportunity from the bill, so now it really only references job opportunity. It's, again, like we stated in our opening remarks, a further attempt to streamline and make clear the requirements for both employees and employers. So I move Amendment L013, and I urge an aye vote. And yeah, that's basically it. Again, responding to concerns from the community stakeholder voices and just saying, you know what, you're right. Let's make it even easier. Thank you.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise for slight elucidation of Amendment L013. The interests who, the stakeholders as we use, it's not a word that I'm especially fond of, but it gives the people in this chamber, it's jargon for political types, an understanding that people who might have an interest in legislation, they have a stake in what's going on, and so they end up being called stakeholders. It's a riff off of the idea of shareholders, people who actually own a part of a company and therefore have a right to dividends from the company or assets of the company. Stakeholders, we, the individuals who participate in the policymaking process, have a stake in the policymaking process, a right to a dividend, the benefit that may come forth, or quite frankly, if any of one of you have ever invested in business ventures that didn't go quite the way you want, as a shareholder, you've discovered that your owning the share gave you the opportunity to provide more capital to the venture because the venture was not panning out quite the way you wanted. Sometimes policies like that too. As a stakeholder, you have an interest in what comes forth from the policy. Sometimes it's beneficial, sometimes it's not. So the folks who are stakeholders, but the stakeholders have said we've got some serious concerns with this bill as drafted, and the reason all of this matters is they have said specifically in response to Amendment L013, L013 from the sponsors and the proponents does not address any of these concerns. What concerns are they talking about? Extending the statute of limitations back from 3 years to 6 years, ignoring geographical considerations in the application of the law, not taking into account employees under collective bargaining agreements, ignoring the impacts to Colorado's workforce by not making an exception for remote workers. And that's the conversation we had where the Wall Street Journal ran a big story a little less than a year ago saying Colorado has basically hung out a shingle outside the state of Colorado that says remote workers need not apply. If you want to work remotely, you can work remotely from Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, Utah, Arizona, Oklahoma, but if you live in Colorado, you need not apply, said many employers in response to the precursor law to the law that we're amending and making bigger even now. So all of that to say, the issues that are creating concerns with this bill are not fully addressed. The stakeholders, as broadly defined in this conversation, have said specifically Amendment 13, although we appreciate it, does not get at these issues that I just raised. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point elucidated. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Lundeen. I always enjoy your perspective, and we have this deep respect for each other. And thank you for so respectfully talking about this amendment. Amendment 13, if you'll look at it, it talks about opportunity, promotional opportunities, opportunity and promotional opportunities. And it lists that over and over again, talks about compensation, and it also talks about promotional opportunities. And the reason I'm saying this is because we have this amazing group of young people who just came into the chamber, and they are here to learn, and this bill is about equal pay for equal work. And what an amazing opportunity for you to hear why we are debating this bill tonight. And one of the things I want to talk about is how many stakeholders we did have before we decided to run this bill. And if I can just have you listen to me for just a little bit, I'm going to name some of the supporters of this bill who want to make sure that their employees have equal opportunity. That would include 9 to 5 Colorado, A Better Balance, ACLU of Colorado, Anti-Defamation League Mountain States, Bell Policy Center, Business and Professional Women, Centennial State Prosperity, Colorado Black Women for Political Action, which I am a member, Colorado Business and Professional Women, Colorado Center on Law and Policy, Colorado Consumer Health Initiative, Colorado Fiscal Institute, Colorado Children's Campaign, Colorado Organization for Latina Opportunity and Reproductive Rights, Colorado Plaintiff Employee Lawyers Association, Colorado Women's Bar Association, Elephant Circle, Interfaith Alliance of Colorado, League of Women Voters of Colorado, Mile High United Way, National Council of Jewish Women, Progressive Now Colorado Women, Progressive Now Colorado Education, Sister to Sister, International Network of Professional African American Women Incorporated, SIX, I know that most of you have heard about SIX, Spring Institute for Intercultural Learning, Towards Justice, United for a New Economy, the Women's Foundation of Colorado, and Women's Lobby of Colorado. And thank you for being patient with me, but I just wanted to list all of our supporters of this bill. Now, all of the members of Urban Leadership Foundation of Colorado, we have made sure that these amendments are appropriate, and we had to run these amendments by all of our stakeholders. So that's why we brought this amendment to this bill, and we're asking for an aye vote on this particular amendment.
Thank you for bringing it to L13. Senator Buckner, Senator Liston. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. 13 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I stand up here because I serve on the committee, the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, and we heard this bill just a few weeks ago. And so I thought I'd give you a little more perspective, kind of fill things out. The good senator from Aurora was talking about the supporters of the bill, which is all well and fine, but I want to speak to you about the employers who came and testified on this bill, and they testified against the bill. So, you know, it's one thing to support a bill, which is all well and fine, but a lot of these groups that were named, they're not, they don't employ anybody. They're advocacy groups. They have a special interest in representing a select, narrow group of people, but they really don't employ anybody. Whereas the Denver Metro Chamber, which represents all of the businesses in the Denver metro area. When I say businesses, we're talking employers that employ hundreds, if not thousands, of employees. And they treat, you know, I'm just rattling off a few off the top of my head, like Lockheed Martin and Gates Rubber and the various hospitals and, you know, publicly owned companies, Xcel Energy, and private companies that employ hundreds, if not thousands of people. So the Denver Metro Chamber, they came and they testified against the bill for a variety of reasons. Another organization that came and testified, I remember them very well, were the Colorado Bankers Association. And they're not greedy bankers. They employ hundreds, if not thousands of people, and they take care of all of their employees, men and women. They testified that they're glad, and they do pay their employees the same, especially women, because they need good employees, and they're on record for years of paying their employees a fair wage, a good wage, a solid wage, which they increase year after year. From my community, Colorado Springs, the Colorado Springs Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development, EDC, Economic Development Committee, they came and testified against the bill for some of the reasons that have been talked about, that in my community, the Colorado Springs Chamber, they represent all of the businesses, large, medium, and small, down in the Colorado Springs area, well-known companies in the aerospace industry like Raytheon and Boeing and Lockheed Martin and all kinds of companies in the defense area. And the list goes on and on and on. These are great companies that pay their employees very well, and they do not, I repeat, they do not discriminate against men or women, especially women, because in their fields, there's a lot of women engineers, for instance, that do as good or better job than the men, and they're more than willing to pay them a fair wage, which they definitely do. The Colorado Municipal League spoke about this. And last but not least, in fact, he came and the person who represents the NFIB, National Federation of Independent Businesses, the voice of small businesses throughout Colorado. These are the mom and pop businesses that employ 6 or 8 or 10, or if they're pretty successful, it might be 20 people, maybe even 30 or 40. They're trying to grow their businesses. And it was specifically asked by me or one of my colleagues, I can't remember now, what the stance of the NFIB was on this bill. And it was attested to that 96.7%, last time I checked, that's a pretty sizable amount, 96.7% of their members are opposed to this bill. And let me tell you a couple reasons why. 96.7% of the NFIB members are opposed to this bill is that, as was alluded to by my good colleague from Colorado Springs, for a variety of reasons, but not the least of which is on page 4, lines 11 through 13, is there's going to be a look-back period that, that the aggrieved can go back 6 years. It's 3 years right now, but they can go back 6 years, maybe as much as 8, as I think was attested to. This is going to be a litigation nightmare for these small businesses. Is that, you know, here you're trying to run your business, you're trying to do payroll, you're trying to do personnel, you're trying to do HR, you're trying to run your business. You've got competition out there from all over, not only within the local community. You've got competition from big companies on the internet. You've got competition from companies overseas. You've got competition all over. And then you find that through no mistake of your own, or through an honest mistake, that you're now being sued for back wages that you were not aware of, and you've got an employee that might have worked there for 5 or 6 or 7 years, and they've found out through the trial lawyers that, hey, we can get you more money. And oh my God, all of a sudden you're the small business owner and you're worried about keeping your business afloat, and now you've got to go to court. Well, I'm not sure my good friend and colleague who is just a simple country lawyer, I don't know what a simple country lawyer makes, but I have a general idea that litigation costs for something like this is going to run $300 to $400 an hour. If I'm way off, please correct me. Okay, I'm way off. I'm probably too low. Is that correct? Okay, well, so I'll be generous and say it might be $350 an hour. I'm probably way low again, but I'm trying to be realistic. So all of a sudden you're a small business owner and you're hauled into court for charges that you somehow has been, as one of the sponsors said, you've been stealing their wages. I don't think that's exactly the right terminology. I think most employers are not out there to try and steal people's wages. There might be an error or two, but suddenly you're hauled into court and you've had to hire an attorney yourself at $350 or $400 an hour or more, and your business stands to lose tens of thousands of dollars potentially in back wages, plus court costs, plus fines, plus penalties. There goes your profit for the year or longer. So no wonder 96.7% of NFIB members are opposed to this bill. They are the employers of people that get that first job a lot of times. That a young person out of high school or a person out of college, they have an opportunity to work for a small business until it goes belly up by litigation costs. So we heard a lot of testimony, a lot of interesting testimony. We're all for equality of wages, but the look-back period on this and the potential litigation costs are going to be devastating to small businesses, medium-sized businesses. It is going to be a litigation nightmare and a boon for the trial lawyers to go after companies, big, little, and small. With all due respect, there is definite opposition to this. This legislation that was passed just a couple, 3 years ago has hardly been in effect, and now we're coming back and we're adding more levels of punitive law against businesses that are sincerely trying to do the right thing. So I just thought I would share that with the public and with tens of thousands, if not millions of people that are tuned in watching this debate tonight. So I hope I've educated you a little bit, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L15 to 105?
An L015 by Senator Kirkmeyer, amend printed bill page 2,
Senator
line 12.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L015.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get to what this amendment actually does, I just have a couple of comments to make, because we've heard some other comments here this evening already. There's a difference between community organizations and advocacy groups. And I think the good senator from Monument was trying to make a distinction as well, talking about what an actual stakeholder is. But the business community, whether that's the National Federation of Independent Businesses, which represents thousands upon thousands of small businesses throughout the state of Colorado, or the Colorado Chamber, or the Metro Denver Chamber, or the Colorado Competitive Council. These are people, these are organizations that represent job creators who are trying to figure out how to make this work and make sure that they're getting to the goals of the bill. And they've stated pretty clearly that the business community, not the advocacy groups, they're not representing the advocacy groups or the community organizations, but that the business community was not engaged in stakeholder discussions. Again, they're not an advocacy group. They were not engaged in stakeholder discussions on this bill until early 2023. So that was a couple of months ago. They didn't say they weren't ever engaged. They just said they weren't engaged till 2023, even though they have been trying to work with the Colorado Department of Labor since 2021. After this bill, after Senate Bill 1985 was passed, they raised some pretty serious concerns that they would like to have fixed and brought up the unintended consequences. So to the amendment. Amendment L015. Looking at the bill and looking with regard to definitions for career development and career progression, this puts in some distinctive wording to clarify the distinction between career development and career progression for purposes of application of the proposed section 8-5-201 paren 3. So they're making clarifications here, putting in, striking the words on page 12, or page 2, I'm sorry, line 12, striking a regular or and substitute an. So it would read, the definition would read, career progression means an automatic movement from one position to another based on a set amount of time in a specific role or other objective metrics. So they're just taking out the words a regular or and saying that career progression means an automatic movement from one position to another based on a set amount of time in a specific role or other objective metrics. The other thing that this amendment does is it adds to the definition of vacancy, which is on page 3, line 12, 8.5. But the current definition in the bill reads, I don't know if this current definition, but what the definition in the bill reads is vacancy means an open position, whether as a result of a newly created position or a vacated position. And the amendment would add on to that. That is for work that is or could be performed in Colorado and that is not subject to a collective bargaining agreement. So the whole definition for vacancy would read in this bill means an open position, whether as a result of a newly created position or a vacated position, that is for work that is or could be performed in Colorado and that is not subject to a collective bargaining agreement. And the reason for this amendment, this portion of the amendment, is to help improve the existing law. Currently, employers must notify employees of all job opportunities all over the world, including those that are not subject to Senate Bill 1985, as they're not based in Colorado. This change will address current employer concerns regarding the geographical scope of the promotion's posting requirement. It would also help make it clear that jobs subject to collective bargaining agreements are not subject to the rules. They have their other agreement in place. So it helps eliminate some of the confusion. And as I already stated earlier, the confusion from the existing law has led to Colorado being uneconomically desirable. Employers in other states are saying, we'll hire anybody but not from Colorado. There's a website that's been created. At one point, they had 98 companies on it that had put up there that they couldn't hire remote workers from Colorado. People from Colorado need not apply. This is just one of the amendments that hopefully streamline, adds more transparency, some more clarification, so we can get to the intention of the original bill, 1985. I ask for an aye vote on L015.
Further discussion on L15, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, L005. And I'm not going to address what the good senator from Brighton just talked about on the vacancy position. I thought she laid that out really well. But on the other parts of L015, most of the inline or in-seat promotions that the bill is designed to address are already covered by the definition of career development. And the language in this amendment will clarify the distinction between career development and career progression for purposes of application of proposed section 85201(3). Now, clearly stating the distinction between career development and career progression will make the law abundantly clear for employers and easier to implement. It seems like a fairly friendly amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my colleagues. I appreciate this. I want to address something, though, that was said. Now this is the second time, and so I want to thank the good senator from Weld County, because you've brought forward some good ideas, but they're not the first time that we've seen them. So you were not part of the discussions or the good senator from Weld County was not part of the discussions that we started on this bill back in March of last year, but they did happen. And so this was also one of the suggestions that was brought forward from opponents of the measure months ago. So I understand that things might get misrepresented, but I want to be clear that my colleagues and I, the prime sponsors of the bill, worked really diligently since February and March of last year when I came back from maternity leave and began this discussion with the opponents and the organizations that were named previously. So it's too bad that they've somehow put into this chamber that we didn't consult them. We don't agree with them on everything, but it's not for a lack of consultation or listening or reaching out, because we spent the last year doing that exact thing. We went to, we had community events, we had meetings where we discussed the contents of this bill and some things that aren't in the bill. Because what we did was, after those suggestions were made in February and March of last year, we took the interim to workshop them, to really think through them, to see if there was a way that we could accommodate the concerns and yet, keep the integrity of the Equal Pay Act. And really tried to work together with the proponents of this measure and the original Equal Pay Bill, because we respected their concerns and we wanted to try to address them. And so I wanted to set that straight, because now it's been brought up twice. And while I definitely respect the opinions of the opposition, I don't share them. But more importantly, we took time to actually really think through these exact proposals and see if it was workable, so that we could try and accommodate everyone. There were a lot of compromises that we did find acceptable, improving the bill, improving the language from lots of different voices, whether they were original opponents or proponents. It didn't much matter. We wanted to improve it. So we have taken a lot of consideration, a lot of suggestions, and made a lot of compromises leading to today's debate. Unfortunately, with L015, while I absolutely respect this opinion, I'm going to urge a no vote, and there are a number of reasons for it. On CBAs, we don't want to treat any workers differently because they have a collective bargaining agreement. And so on that point, after reviewing with the community, employers basically, we've already provided this feedback, we've already considered this, so it shouldn't be a surprise to any of the proponents of this amendment, but employers need to follow the CBA and the law. And so unfortunately, we cannot exempt them here. And so as to the issue around remote workers, this was something that was also brought up. Could we exempt remote workers? Which, again, we discussed at length for months on end. And in the end, there wasn't a way to exempt them and keep the intent and the integrity of the Equal Pay Act. And so, we have considered this, and we've provided this feedback that the coalition supporting the measure, which my colleague described in its breadth and depth and variety of community voices, believes that all workers deserve access to information about pay, benefits, and job opportunities, and all employers benefit from pay transparency. And I share their view. I do not want to exempt remote workers in any way. I also should highlight part of the consideration is that the majority of remote workers are women. So it would there again disproportionately get at the problem that we are trying to solve. And so thank you, Madam Chair, members. I urge a no vote on Amendment L015.
Senator Gardner. Colleagues, I'll just say that I welcome your participation in the conversation. I just want to make sure that I'm being able to capture everybody in a timely manner. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I looked at this bill and I looked at the prior statute, I was troubled, and not by the policy. I mean, that was troubling in one sense, but I was troubled as to how this bill is going to work. And I really implore the sponsors to follow me through on this with regard to the remedy and the enforcement, because maybe I'm missing something and it's late, but it's really like a whole series of appellate cases brewing. So right now the statute says at 8-5-103, which is enforcement rules and complaints, it says, 1, the director is authorized to create and administer a process to accept and mediate complaints and to provide legal resources concerning alleged violations and to promulgate rules as necessary for this purpose. The process created and administrated by the director does not affect the right of an aggrieved person from commencing a civil action pursuant to subsection 2 of the section. So in the original incarnation of this in SB 1985, there's a provision that gives the director of CDLE the ability to create a complaint and mediation process. Now, understand that mediation is non-binding. It doesn't enforce anything on anyone. It simply says, okay, I believe I've been discriminated against on the basis of sex by being denied a promotion or not being given equal pay or something like that. Director, CDLE, would you reach out and get the employer to come to mediation with me about this? Now, lurking in the background is the possibility of a civil suit. Because in the old bill, it says the process created and administrated by the director does not affect or prevent the right of an aggrieved person from commencing a civil action pursuant to subsection 2. So that earlier provision made a lot of sense. It said that the director of CDLE could have a complaint process, would run a mediation process, and be very confident in their ability to do that. There's actually a group of mediators in Department of Personnel and Administration, as I recall, that they could even call on and use, or they could use their own internal mediators. But the employee, if he or she wishes to bring a civil complaint at the courthouse, could do so. Okay. And then 85103 sets out what the remedies are in paragraph 2 and 3, and it says that if a civil action's commenced, any party to the civil action may demand a trial by jury. So you could get a jury trial, either party. And then it also says nothing in this section prevents an aggrieved person from filing a charge with the Colorado Civil Rights Division. And that would be interesting about the overlapping damages and so forth. But here's the thing. This bill takes what is a fairly straightforward process. I have a little concern about the CCRD complaint there and how that would, you can't collect damages twice in general in civil actions. You know, you're only injured once, you only have once lost. Now, you do have punitive provisions, if you will, treble damages plus attorney's fees and so forth. But, you know, you have to figure that out at the courthouse. But here, on page 3, section 2 of the bill, it modifies this and says, it modifies that provision and says, the director shall, and it's to create and administer a process to accept and mediate complaints and to provide legal resources concerning alleged violations of section 85102 and shall promulgate rules as necessary for this purpose. Okay, that's pretty much the first sentence of 851031 right now. But then it goes on and it adds, and it doesn't say anything about how this is going to work, because what it says is the director shall investigate complaints or other leads concerning violations of section 85102 that in the director's good faith and discretion and judgment warrant investigation. Okay, fine. Let's assume that he or she is going to act in good faith and judgment and go investigate. And in doing so, they're going to investigate, and the next paragraph says, upon finding of a violation of Section 85102, order compliance and relief as authorized by this Part 1. Well, it doesn't say who's going to make the finding, so presumably the director is going to make the finding. So right now, an aggrieved employee, if he or she thinks that they've been discriminated against or are deprived of equal pay, their remedy ultimately is to go to the courthouse and prove by a preponderance of the evidence that they were treated unequally and given unequal wage. And there's a right to a jury trial by either party, just right to a jury trial. But what the bill says is that the director is going to investigate, and upon a finding of a violation, the director is going to order compliance. Well, so what are the things in Section 1 that are the relief? Well, it says in 85104, and that's Section 1, it says, an employer who violates any provision of this equal pay law is liable for legal and equitable relief, which may include employment, reinstatement, promotion, pay, increased payment of lost wages, and liquidated damages, and the employee's reasonable cost, including attorney's fees. Now, and nothing precludes an employee from asserting any other available statutory or common law claims. Now, right now in the law, the only way that an employee gets that is by going to the courthouse, filing a complaint, proving more likely than not that they were denied relief or they were denied equal pay, and if either they or the employer have asked for a jury, they need to prove that to a jury of 6 in a civil case. That's the American legal system. You're going to force me to do something and take money away from me and do all of that. Now, the reinstatement and all, that's equitable relief, and it would seem that those are not matters for a jury, but rather for the judge in equity. But this bill is going to turn all of that over to the director of CDLE. It says, the director shall, upon finding of a violation, order compliance and relief authorized. So the director, without a jury trial, the director would be able to order this relief. And presumably the director could make that finding in his or her office without any kind of a neutral fact finder jury. It would just be an administrative, not even an administrative, it would be an executive finding of the Department of Labor and Employment. It's potentially a denial of due process. Now, one would hope that the rules promulgated would deal with that a lawyer in the AG's office, a lawyer for the department that provides services to the Department of Labor and Employment would say, wait a minute, we need to provide due process to the employer. In fact, we need to provide due process to the employee, that their claim is properly heard and that the rules of evidence in a civil case are observed, although in administrative proceedings the rules are relaxed. And it's not altogether clear to me how it is that this works together with the civil case, because it says here the process created and administered by the director, including the rules for the investigation of alleged complaints for a violation of Section 85102, and any fines levied or corrective action taken by the director does not affect or prevent the right of the aggrieved person from commencing a civil action. But that has another problem, because if the director investigates and the director doesn't find in favor of the employee, I mean, it's possible the employee brings a complaint and it's unfounded, and the director finds it's unfounded and enters that, the employee immediately runs off to the court and says, well, I'll try to prove this at the courthouse. So while it's not technically double jeopardy, it does give the employee 2 bites at the apple. Now, I think, and I'm just guessing, I think that the intent here is really more to only permit the director of CDLE to have administrative remedies, but reinstatement would be more than administrative. I mean, they're talking about levying fines and so forth, but I mean, really, I don't see in Part 1 anything about fines. So, I mean, it's really troubling to me. The one thing that I think we can do here tonight to at least deal with the due process problem.
With all due respect, Senator Gardner, we're still on L15.
Just felt like we did.
I thought you were going, I was trying to make the connection, Senator. I was letting you go to L15.
L15. Do we need to vote on L15? So, okay. I'll step back.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Gardner, because I was following you, but I think L15 is about the enforcement part. Is that the question you had? Or no?
Go ahead and deal with L015.
I thought 05 was, I thought L015 was about enforcement. No? No?
We need to vote on that.
Yes.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L015, I urge an aye vote on. Again, it's just adding language that would clarify the distinction between career development and career progression. And then it also adds language to the definition for vacancy. That is, it states that it is for work that is or could be performed in Colorado and that is not subject to a collective bargaining agreement. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L15 to 105. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for the confusion. My comments about the enforcement stand with respect to the bill and how you mesh the existing remedies in a civil action at the courthouse with what the bill seems to suggest is a different avenue for a remedy. And right now, that different avenue for remedy has no guarantee of a due process or a due process fact-finding. Now, the way to fix that, although I guess I would say when this bill gets to the House, it probably really needs a good deal more massaging of what this process looks like, as well as how the two are going to mesh. But I really don't like for bills that have an obvious flaw in them to leave this chamber, at least without an attempt to solve them. And that's why I have L025 that I hope will be at the desk now.
There is now, Senator Gardner, L25 to Senate Bill 105, the amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L25?
Amendment
Senator Gardner.
L02.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L025.
To the amendment.
L025 inserts in the bill at page 3, at line 25 and 26, right now it says, upon finding of a violation, but it doesn't say who makes the finding, but presumably the implication, the only way you can read this is that the director's making the finding, order, compliance, and relief as authorized by this Part 1. Now, one argument would be, well, there's no relief that the director is authorized to provide by Part 1. Only the court can authorize that relief. But I think the other sense of that would be, well, the relief authorized in Part 1, the director now can do. And again, this is not the kind of power that we wish to hand to a member of the executive branch without any due process. L025 does that through the administrative courts process, which isn't perfect in the sense of it's not the judicial branch, but it is a neutral fact finder. The way the amendment reads is, upon finding, after conducting an investigation, probable cause that a violation of Section 85102 has occurred, refer, and it's talking about the director, refer the matter to an administrative law judge for a hearing and decision in accordance with Section 244-105, which decision may include an order requiring compliance and relief authorized by this Part 1, and which order is subject to judicial review in accordance with Section 244-106. What this does, and I really call it to the attention of the sponsors, is to say, if the director investigates, if the director believes there's a violation, the director says, administrative law judge, and we have this happen with the Secretary of State's office, we have this happen in the workers' comp arena, we have this happen in the state personnel system. The administrative court, administrative law judge has the case referred to him or her. They hear it. It's not a jury trial, but it is a due process proceeding by a trained officer, attorney who acts as a judicial officer. And it's an appealable decision. Without this, I suppose the director's decision could be appealed under Rule 106 to the district court, but that seems less than ideal. Members, this is really, again, this is troubling to me, not because I think that we shouldn't have this statute at all, or that the standards applied around it have problems, but this is a process problem that really is hanging out there. And that's the reason I asked for your aye vote on L025 to fix what I believe is both a statutory and potentially constitutional infirmity.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think the good senator can rest at ease sending this bill off to the second chamber because it is perfect. So I urge a no vote on Amendment L025. Thank you.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, and I think that was predictable, but I really want to say this one more time. I'm not offering this amendment because I dislike the bill or the policy, but I think if you wanted the policy to work and you want it to work in a way that is constitutional and observes due process and separation of powers, you need this amendment. And if you don't have it, you actually create a constitutional challenge of what the Department of Labor and Employment does. So however you wish, I urge an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L025. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and L25 is lost. To the bill. Senator Kirkmeyer. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L16 to 105?
Amendment L016 by Senator
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L016.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a pretty easy amendment. Hopefully, it'll be a friendly amendment. It's on page 3, and it strikes the words "or other leads." Currently, in law, the department can currently investigate complaints. This would add in the words "or other leads," which is very broad, very vague. Unclear exactly what that would mean. Some people think it means that the department might start trolling publicly available data like job sites for possible infractions, which no one believes to be useful or necessary. And it's also an expansion of the department's authority beyond what it has to investigate other employment laws. So I ask for an aye vote on L016.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate good senator from Weld County bringing this amendment. You know, it's interesting, when I first looked at Senate Bill 105, this, the language that this amendment is addressing hit spot on what my first concern was in reading the bill, which is, I mean, I've been in business for decades, but I've never mercifully been subject to an investigation by any department, certainly not this department, and not an investigation around Section 8-5-102. And it got me thinking, you know, as we hear from the business community concerns about the burden of Senate Bill 105, and one would ask themselves, well, what exactly are those burdens? For me, going through one of these investigations, especially if it was unfounded or worse, malicious, seems like it would be potentially overly burdensome. So I don't have a problem with the language that says that the director, and by the way, I'm on page 8, lines 16 and 17. When the bill states that the director shall investigate complaints, that seems prudent, but I was actually looking in the bill for a definition of leads or other leads, because if you look on line 22, it doesn't sound like the director has really any latitude when it comes to investigating an organization not only if there is a bona fide complaint, which I'm assuming there's a complaint process, you probably have to either give your name or rationale or follow some sort of whistleblower protocol that allows you to avoid that. But the term other leads, to me, seems like we're potentially opening up employers unnecessarily to frivolous or potentially fraudulent attacks on the employer that are completely unfounded. And I don't really know what leads might mean. I mean, are leads an anonymous note dropped in the mail to the department? Is a lead somebody leaving a voicemail for somebody that works at the department saying, hey, we're concerned that this might be happening? And if so, I guess what would stop somebody who is intent on disrupting the operations of, let's say, an employer or another organization from dropping lead after lead after lead after lead? And what latitude does the director have when the bill clearly says the director shall investigate other leads concerning these violations? So when we have language in the bill that in the very same subsection talks about the director's good faith discretion, judgment, warrant investigations, having the term other leads in there seems to be either unnecessary or in conflict. So would support the amendment for sure, and I rise in support of the amendment, and I think the body should also consider whether or not terms like other leads has any precedent. I mean, I served on the business committee for years. I don't recall seeing any bill ever that, I mean, we've seen dozens of bills that talk about complaints, including whistleblower complaints and a process around those, but I've never seen the term leads, and I'm concerned with it and wonder if it might just be superfluous and something that should either be replaced with a whistleblower process or something that the sponsors might be okay with just eliminating altogether. But I definitely rise in support of Amendment 16. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you to my colleagues for bringing the amendment. Unfortunately, this is another issue that's already been brought up and considered and was part of the thoughtful crafting of the measure with the business community, the department, and proponents. This language actually came from the department. So again, we have to support the needs that they have identified as they are going to be the ones moving forward on the investigation. So unfortunately, I have to urge a no vote on this, as this exact language, again, has already been carefully considered, and it's just something that we cannot compromise against, again, the core tenets of the bill and what the department needs to adequately carry out this bill and implementation. So thank you all. I urge a no vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of a division has been requested. Okay. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L16. All those in favor, please stand. Chair is not in doubt. Motion for the adoption of L16 fails. Seeing no further, Senator Lundin. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may be a little late with this, but I loved listening to the good senator from Colorado Springs when he was talking about the enforcement part of this bill. So I just want to make sure I answer that. The enforcement part allows low-income women who can't afford an attorney to have an avenue for a complaint. We expect it to reduce the number of lawsuits because some complaints will be resolved by CDLE before they even result in a lawsuit. And we thought that employers would like this when we were negotiating this bill. So I just wanted to make sure that I got to tell you about the enforcement piece because we were talking about that earlier. Thank you.
Senator Lundin. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L17 to 105?
Amendment L017 by Senator
Senator
Kirkmeyer.
Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L017 to Senate Bill 105.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as I've listened to the discussions around this bill, the theme, the issue that keeps recurring, the thing that keeps popping up is, look, the bill that was run a couple of years ago has created enough challenge. We still haven't reconciled that. We still don't have that in proper play. Now we're expanding upon it. If we could just get the 3-year look-back period that exists in current law back or left alone and get rid of this 6-year look-back period that happens in the bill as currently offered. This amendment, L017, would do exactly that. If you turn in your bill to page 4 and you look at lines 11, 12, and 13, page 4, lines 11 through 13, you see the words, a person aggrieved by a violation of section 85102 may obtain relief for back pay for the entire time the violation continues, not to exceed 3 is what the current law says. That is stricken in the bill, and the new word 6 is put in place. This amendment would strike all 3 of those lines and would have the added benefit not only of getting rid of the 6-year, the 3-year extension, taking it to a total of 6, getting rid of that, but it gets rid of this confusion around this continuous violation or time-specific violation. It deals with that as well. So I urge your support of Amendment L017 based on the survey of interactions I've had with people talking about this bill, working through this bill, and the issue that they've raised most frequently as the primary problem with the bill, it would be addressed in this particular amendment, L017. I urge your support and would ask the sponsors serious consideration of this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this has already been really thoroughly considered and workshopped and surveyed, so to speak. I think that the women who came to the committee hearing to describe their personal experiences did it the best, where they had to endure year after year after year after year of underpayment. And when they brought it to the attention of their employers, a number of them in committee testified that they were fired, reprimanded, or otherwise retaliated against, even just for bringing up the pay discrepancy. This is not a pleasant thing to talk about, but it is real and it is happening now. This isn't a relic from the past. It is real to the families who depend on that income, to the kids who don't have that extra money, to the husbands who can't buy that car that they need, can't make the repairs, can't buy the tires, can't take that vacation, can't afford childcare. You know, women work really, really hard. And a lot of the women that came to testify in committee, they may have been hourly wage earners, or they may have been CEOs, and everything in between. And what we're talking about is when a woman can actually prove that the reason for her underpayment is because the employer was discriminating on the basis of her gender. She has to be able to prove this. When she can actually prove it, then the employer is on the hook for the wages that they took from her. Because that is what the experience of these women is, whether you're an hourly wage earner or a six-figure earner or more. It doesn't make it right for your employer to take those wages that they owe you and withhold them from you. So if a woman can prove that she was underpaid, that those wages were stolen from her over the course of time, then she's entitled, in the current law as it stands without this bill, to retrieve up to 3 years of back pay, lost wages, stolen wages. And some of the women that we heard in committee describe their experience to us, explain that they had experienced this for 20 and 30 years. 20 years. Over the course of a woman's lifetime, that can add up to $1 million, depending on what you earn, what you should earn. What we're talking about is the difference about what you should have been paid and what you were paid. And so while that may have continued for 20 years of a woman's career, what we're saying is she's entitled to 6 years of it. And that's the language about the continuation. So if she can prove that she was underpaid for 30 years of her career, she can actually go and retrieve 6 years of that. It is hard to defend the right for a woman to prove that she was underpaid on the basis of her gender alone, the right for her to get those wages back. This is also a deterring factor. Once employers know that they can't get away with this anymore, and I agree, most employers are really good actors who don't want to steal from their employees. That's the truth, no matter what industry you're in. They're good people with good employees. But the problem is the way the law exists, it allows for the bad actors to continue to exploit their workers on the basis of their gender. And if she can prove that she has been discriminated against in this manner according to the law, we are saying, no, you can't be limited to only 3 years out of the maybe 35 years you've been underpaid. You can go ahead and go and get 6. Now that's going to hardly even chip away at the debt that this woman might be owed. But we're saying 6 is a heck of a lot better than 3. And again, this was another measure that we took the last year and a couple of months with the various chambers, with the state chamber, with the opponents of this measure to see if there was a way to do this and still do right by the women in the state. And ultimately, even though we considered it thoroughly, it was not acceptable to the proponents and to the sponsors. So I urge a no vote, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote on the amendment. First of all, I think it's a little harsh to stand up here and say that employers are stealing from their employees. Having been a small business owner for over 15 years, woman-owned with another woman, my sister, we had several employees. We weren't a large flower shop, but we had several employees. I can't think of a time where I ever thought as an employer that I would steal from my employee. And if that was the case, then if they were actually stealing, which are the words that were used up here, then there are other remedies for that. But I think it's pretty harsh to basically make comments that employers are stealing from employees. With regard to this amendment, 3 years more closely mirrors the existing statute of limitations and record-keeping requirements, such that employers are likely to still have those records capable of supporting a defense should they be accused of a violation, you know, like stealing from their employee. I can tell you as a small business owner, there is a lot of information, a lot of things that you have to know about. You're trying to run a business, you're trying to make a living, you're trying to give a job to others, create jobs for others so that they can help make a living, have a career. Again, I owned a small business with my sister. Part of the great thing about owning that business is we were able to take our children with us to our job, to our business. Pretty much like the dairy farm I owned. But again, employers are still coping from the 2019 bill, employers are still coping with implementing an expansive and confusing law. There are thousands of small businesses in this state that maybe only have 5 employees that have to try and figure out what to do and how to comply with this law. We're barely a year, 2 years into this, and here we are already having to make changes. And they're not necessarily changes for the better or changes to clarify or to try and make it less confusing for small business owners to figure out how to comply with this law. We're adding additional years to the statute of limitations. It's unfair to the employers, people that are creating jobs, who need protection of reasonable statutes of limitations. I urge and I vote on L017.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I have to, I sat and just heard the comments from the good senator from Wheat Ridge. I was there, the testimony when we heard this, and quite frankly, I'm hurt that that she continues to use the word that the employers are stealing from their employees. I did not hear that, and I was at the testimony. Sure, there might have been 1 or 2 people, but there's a big difference between having 1 or 2 people. You can find 1 or 2 people that something happened to them in anything, but to imply that employers are out there intentionally stealing and ripping off their employees, people who have supposedly worked for them for 35 years, I don't believe it for a second.
Senator, I'm going to encourage you to not impugn the motives of
I'm
another
not
member.
impugning the motives, Madam Chair. I don't need
To
to
the
be
bill.
lectured to. I don't need to be lectured to.
To the amendment, I'm sorry, excuse me, to the
I'm
amendment,
speaking
Senator
to the
Liston.
amendment, and to have this go back and penalize and go after the employers for back wages is egregious. The vast majority, the 99.99% of the employers, especially the small businesses, are out there working their you-know-whats off, providing good jobs, trying to provide benefits for their employees, because their most valuable resource are their employees, and they know that. And they have a good employee, whether it's a man or a woman or a 18 or 19-year-old, they want to keep them because they want to grow their business. They want to do the best they can, and they want to treat their employees fairly and honestly as they can. But to imply that the employers are out there stealing from their employees, I take great exception. I urge and I vote for this amendment.
The motion is the adoption of L17. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe there's an amendment at the desk.
There is Ms. Cole, please read L21 to Senate Bill 105.
Amendment L021 by Senator Kirkmeyer, amend printed bill page 6 after line 15 insert, section 5. This section does not apply to an employer, A, that is physically located outside of Colorado.
Senator
B, who-
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L021.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is actually to add a following section on page 8, or I'm sorry, page 6, section 5. And it's actually a section that's proposed by the governor's office. And it would amend the following exception to the existing law. Section shall apply, I'm reading the amendment now, the section shall not apply to an employer, one, that has an office or physical location outside Colorado, but not in Colorado. Two, whose only employees in Colorado perform their job duties fully remotely. And three, that has fewer than 15 employees in Colorado. Again, this section, which is section 3, employment opportunities, opportunities for promotion or advancement, pay rates and job listings, asking to have an additional section added to this, number 5, so that it would say that this section 3 would not apply to this type of employer. Again, Senate Bill 1985 was a bill that was supposed to help close the gender gap in worker pay. And what's happening is it can make it harder for Colorado residents, regardless of gender, but for Colorado residents, for women, to find a job. Like the geographical implications of the introduced legislation in the current law, the lack of an exclusion of remote work positions has made Colorado less economically attractive. That's why we get things like the Wall Street Journal saying, while labor and legal experts say there's nothing technically stopping Coloradoans from still applying and being eligible for such jobs, the disclaimers are likely to discourage people wanting to work remotely from the state from pursuing such opportunities. Some employers are opting out. They're putting things in their listing like, this is a remote job except that it is not eligible to be performed in Colorado. That's the exact opposite of what this bill was trying to do, of what the bill in 2019 was supposed to be doing. Another posting from Ally Financial, this work is to be performed entirely outside of Colorado. Again, limiting Colorado residents, regardless of gender. Another one, Johnson & Johnson. Work location is flexible if approved by the company, except that the position may not be performed remotely from Colorado. Without the amendment, the lack of exclusion of remote worker positions, again, it puts Colorado at an economic disadvantage. But more importantly, it's putting Colorado women at a disadvantage. It's a disadvantage for national employers to open remote jobs as well as jobs that can be performed in other states, in several other states. You know, there was an equal pay, equal work law that was passed in California. My understanding is, and from what I've been reading and researching, they're not having these issues. But they also put in sections that say won't apply to employer if the office or physical location outside of Colorado, but not in Colorado, whose only employees in Colorado perform their job duties fully remotely, and that has fewer than 15 employees. Remember, no one has said that they were opposed to equal pay for equal work. But there were a lot of clarifications that could have occurred in this bill to help make it less confusing for employers. And this amendment, again, proposed by the governor's office, would help work to close that gender gap in worker pay and would ensure that we aren't putting Colorado women at an economic disadvantage. I urge an aye vote to L021.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment, L021. Like the good senator from Brighton has just said, there's not a real good reason for companies to even hire within Colorado if they are outside of Colorado. Not only men, but it really is going to hurt women. Like the geographical implications of the introduced legislation and the current law, the lack of exclusion of remote work positions has made Colorado less economically attractive. There is a disincentive for national employees to open remote jobs as well as jobs that can be performed in several states to Coloradans. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. I understand the argument here and absolutely respect the approach, but there again, this is something that we just can't accept. This is one place where the department has really done a great job of the implementation of the original bill and the rulemaking that followed in the last couple of years, cracking down on the bad actors that displayed the Coloradans need not apply, verbiage that my good senator colleagues have both described. And as a result, they're changing behavior. So they have really drastically reduced the number of Coloradans need not apply postings because they've been in touch with the companies who tried to skirt the law or, more frequently than not, did so unknowingly. And that's exactly why we set the system up the way we did, so that the department had the tools they needed to connect with those employers and say, did you know that this is the law, and do you have the ability to remedy your posting because it's violating the law as it is? And then in certain circumstances, levying fines. But the occurrence of that fine distribution was really low because for the most part, the companies, like I said before, want to do the right thing and they want to comply with the law. So, for the bad actors that are still out there trying to discourage Coloradans from applying, we're dealing with that. And I think that as more states have come on, like California, like the eastern seaboard states where huge economies like New York and California, you can't say, what are you going to say, Californians need not apply? You can't do that anymore. Colorado led the way. Others have followed suit because they see the benefit to workers in equal pay and transparency laws. We, again, I think I mentioned before, to this amendment, excluding remote workers goes against the core intent of the measure. We do not wish to exclude the protections of the Equal Pay Act because you happen to be a remote worker rather than an in-person worker in an office. So I have to urge a no vote on the measure and again, applaud the department. They've been working really, really hard on this particular aspect. And also to just remind folks that what we're really talking about is a pay transparency piece. So really all that means is that the prospective employer, all they need to do is post a salary range and information about the job posting. Not a lot to ask. And so again, to exclude remote workers from these protections is just not an acceptable approach. And again, we discussed this a year ago and continued through the interim to try and reach an accommodation there. But in the end, that's something that we're just not willing to do. So I urge a no vote, colleagues. Thank you very much.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L21 to Senate Bill 105. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and L21 fails. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I don't have any more amendments. So, I urge a no vote on this bill. And that's hard for me to say. But this bill is not making it easier to implement the original law, the original bill from 2019. It's not making it easier. The business community has come together, and they have asked for some changes. And those changes just weren't asked for just in the last week or 2 months or 3 months. They sent a letter back in September of 2021 to the Department of Labor and Employment. Again, I'm not going to read the whole letter, but I'm going to read the last paragraph because I think it's important. They say, again, our members and our organizations support pay equity and transparency efforts and have, as the division has found, been complying. That said, during a time of economic uncertainty, please consider certain small changes that will result in similar transparency, but will be more aligned with the Equal Pay, Equal Work Act. Reasonable efforts is what they were asking for. And then they go on further to say, as occurred at the roundtable between the division and our members, including several of the state's largest employers, we would welcome the opportunity to partner with the division on the language of the revisions, given these employers' vast experience with the mechanics of such matters. And they asked back in September of 21 for consideration and pledged their commitment to ensuring well-thought-out rules that don't adversely affect Colorado employers and their employees. They are telling us this is the business community, the people who create the jobs, not the community organizations, not advocacy groups, people who create the jobs. They're saying we need some tweaks here. Let's get some clarifications in place. Even the governor's proposing changes so that we're not economically disadvantaged, so that our Colorado residents, Colorado women aren't economically disadvantaged. We have talked about the unintended consequences of implementing Senate Bill 85 from 2019 that harm Coloradoans without meaningful impact on decreasing disparities in pay and opportunities. That was the one thing we didn't hear tonight with regard to this bill. How much have we closed the gap? I didn't hear those numbers. How much did Senate Bill 85 from 2019, what did it actually do to close the gap? We didn't hear those numbers. It's clear there are some unintended consequences. It's also clear that the business community wants to try and work to get to meaningful difference, a meaningful impact. And they have said that with regard to Senate Bill 23105, there might have been discussions before. I think they probably were able to get some of their comments out there. But with regarding Senate Bill 23105, that the business community was not engaged. And I, for one, am going to take them at their word. They don't feel like they were engaged in the stakeholder process. And I'm just wondering, if you were an employer and there was language out there saying that employers were accused of stealing from their employees, would you feel comfortable engaging in a process? That's the underlying feeling that's out there. As a person who's owned a couple of businesses, I would not. I'd feel like, what the heck would I even go for? It's already been determined that I'm a horrible person, that I'm a horrible employer, that I steal from my employees. I mean, do you think they felt comfortable? Do you think they felt like they were going to get a fair shake? They gave ideas on how to make this bill, how to make 85 from 2019, how to make it more clear for employers, how to make it less confusing so they can implement it. They tried to work with the division. And every amendment that we have brought forward tonight that comes from the business community, not community organizations, not an advocacy group, but the people who create the jobs and give jobs to thousands of Coloradoans, every single amendment was like, oh, we looked at it, but we don't want to put it in. So again, Senate Bill 23105 does not provide clarity, but creates additional burdens on employers by extending the statute of limitations on back pay from 3 years to 6 years. Now, as a small business owner, or any small business owner, or any employer, they're going to have to keep records back at least 6 years. I want you to think about the burden that that puts on a small business owner. They don't have an HR person. Senate Bill 23105 does not provide clarity, but creates additional burdens on employers by ignoring geographical considerations in the application of the law, not taking into account employees under collective bargaining agreements, ignoring the impact to Colorado's workforce by not making an exception for remote workers. And while Amendment L013, Amendment 13 was passed by the sponsors and the proponents, the business community is telling you it doesn't address any of those concerns. I urge a no vote for those reasons on 23105.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot's been talked about, and maybe I don't want to go over everything that the good senator from Brighton just talked about, but I do want to talk about the fiscal note for just a minute. Back in 2019, when Senate Bill 19085 was approved, the fiscal note for the years 2020 through 2021 was $57,038 and an additional 0.6 full-time employee. And the out year for that, 21 to 22, the amount of money was $114,447, adding 1.5 full-time employee. And then that bill, you know, it was passed, and it didn't really do a whole lot because there was a lot of negative reporting about it. So now we've got a new bill, 23105, that, like the good senator from Brighton said, it's going to have additional burdens, it's going to create additional restrictions, and the fiscal note. For the budget year 23-24, $515,000 and 363. 3.5 full-time employees. This is April 6th, if you wouldn't interrupt me. In the out year, 24-25, the expenditures are 1.2 plus million dollars and an additional 9.7 full-time employees. This is the fiscal note of April 6th. Now, that alone tells you that this is so much more complicated, and it reminds me what a lack of business-friendly state we are. And this is going to be a train wreck. And during a time of economic uncertainty, Colorado should be working to make this law more effective and easier to implement for employers rather than making it more difficult. I ask for a no vote.
The motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 105. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 105 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1190 until Monday, April 17th.
House Bill 1190 will be laid over. No, I'm sorry. The motion is to lay over House Bill 1190 until Monday, April the 17th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Thursday, April 13th.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report. One of them. Please, thanks.
Oh, he's. Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee met and had a number of bills under consideration. Ms. Cole, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 105 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bills 206, 16, 179, and House Bill 1009 laid over until April 13, 2023, and retaining their place on the calendar. House Bill 1190 laid over until April 17, 2023, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 23-105 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 206, 16, 179, and House Bill 1009 laid over until 4/13/2023, retaining their place on the calendar. House Bill 1190 laid over until 4/17/2023, and retaining its place on the calendar. Committee reports.
April 12, 2023, the Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1027 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 254 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 251 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. April 12, 2023, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1002 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1024 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1224 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1067 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Message from the House.
April 12, 2023, Mr. President, in response to the request of the Senate for a second conference committee on House Bill 1101, the House has dissolved the first conference committee, and the Speaker has appointed Representatives Bacon, Chair Vigil, and Catlin as House conferees on the second conference committee on House Bill 1101. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has adopted the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1030 as printed in House Journal March 29, 2023, and has repassed the bill as amended.
Signing the bills.
April 12, 2023, the President has signed Senate Memorial 6.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 280, Senator Mullica, Representative Snyder, concerning the mitigation of certain transportation-related environmental hazards and in connection therewith, creating the Fuels Impact Enterprise to administer programs and impose fees that are related to the transportation of fuel within the state. It's modifying the Clean Fleet Enterprise so that it administers programs and imposes fees that are designed to reduce emissions from diesel trucks, creating a tax credit for the conversion, lease, or purchase of clean commercial vehicles, modifying the fee collected for the distribution of the perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances cash fund, modifying the petroleum storage tank fund, allowing the Colorado State Patrol to conform hazard materials routing regulations to Transportation Commission rules, and phasing out the use of certain diesel trucks on state projects.
Finance.
Senate Bill 281, Senator Zenzinger, Representative McLaughlin, concerning a required notice of limited transferability of college credits from a private occupational school.
Education.
House Bill 1026, Representatives English, Senators Field, concerning family time for grandparents.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1032, Representative Ortiz, Senator Rodriguez, concerning civil action remedy provisions for civil rights violations of persons with disabilities.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1184, Representatives Lindstedt and Frizzell, Senator Roberts, concerning certain low-income housing property that is deemed to be used for a strictly charitable purpose and in connection therewith, clarifying and expanding the property tax exemption for property acquired by nonprofit housing providers for a strictly charitable low-income housing purpose, and creating a property tax exemption for property held by community land trust or nonprofit affordable home ownership developers and used as a strictly charitable purpose.
Finance.
House Bill 1217, Representative Froelich, Senator Fields, concerning relief for crime victims whose motor vehicles have been towed because of the crime, and in connection therewith requiring the Transportation and Legislation Review Committee study the issue and make legislative recommendations.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1229, Representatives Wiseman and Mabry, Senator Gonzalez, concerning changes to consumer lending laws to limit charges to consumers.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
House Bill 1235, Representative Sirota, Senator Buckner, concerning technical modifications to the Department of Early Childhood.
Education.
House Bill 1236, Representatives Young and Amopoulos, Senator Kolker, concerning implementation updates to the Behavioral Health Administration.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1243, Representative Amabile, Senator Moreno, concerning changes to the hospital community benefit.
Health and Human Services. Announcements. Members, before we get into other announcements, I do have one special announcement. Today is is not Jeff's haircut day. Today is Zoe's birthday. Will the Capitol Choir please assemble? You can stand right here where you stand, and we'll.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joey. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. Shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you, Zoe. May the dear Lord bless you.
Amen. Other announcements. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, colleagues. As is a tradition when we have these late evenings, somebody always comes down to the well and says, hey, clean up your desk so the people who work so hard to serve us can get done and get out of here early. I want to say that, and I also want to go one step further. I want to call out that the good senator from Denver, the other good senator from Denver on the back, and quite frankly, the majority leader and the minority leader have gone digital and don't have file cabinets to clean up. You all ought to be looking at that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pelton Ravishing.
Ravishing. Oh, you're too kind. Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to remind everybody, tomorrow is check day at the Capitol, homeschool day. So if you see them around, tell them good job.
Do we have a majority leader? Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until tomorrow, Thursday, April 13th at 9 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will adjourn until 9 a.m. Thursday, April 13th, 2023.